Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning light pressed itself against the windows of 221B Baker Street, with the polite insistence of an unwanted guest, filtering through the London fog in shades of pearl and ash. It was Sunday, the 23rd of September, in the year of our Lord 1894, and the city beyond those unwashed panes wore the particular quiet that settles over a metropolis when even its criminals have decided to attend church or sleep late. The fog hung low and thick, wrapping itself around gas lamps and iron railings, like a grey scarf forgotten by some celestial pedestrian, muffling the usual cacophony of hansom cabs and street vendors into something approaching tranquillity. Inside the sitting room, the air carried the scent of old tobacco, leather-bound books, and the faint chemical tang that never quite left the corners where Sherlock Holmes conducted his experiments. The fire in the grate had burned down to glowing embers, breathing warmth into the room with the slow, steady rhythm of a sleeping cat. Dust motes danced in the slanted sunbeams, performing their ancient, purposeless waltz, observed by no one and judged by nothing save the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece. That clock, a brass monstrosity with Roman numerals and an overloud tick, announced each passing second as if personally offended by time's refusal to move faster. It was 10 minutes past 9, and already the day felt as if it had been Sunday for several weeks. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair by the window, long legs stretched before him, fingertips pressed together in that cathedral arch which Watson had come to recognise as the physical manifestation of either deep thought or profound boredom. This morning it was decidedly the latter. Holmes wore his mouse-coloured dressing gown, that shapeless garment which made him look like a particularly irritable monk, and his dark hair stood at angles that suggested he had run his hands through it repeatedly in the night, wrestling with problems that refused to present themselves. His grey eyes, usually sharp as broken glass, stared at nothing in particular, or perhaps at everything, finding each item equally unworthy of his attention. The violin lay across his lap, bow dangling from one hand like a dead thing. He had played earlier, before Watson woke, filling the flat with those long, melancholy notes that meant his mind was understimulated and his temperament, consequently, unbearable. "A crime-free Sunday," Holmes announced to the room at large, his voice carrying that flat, declarative tone he used when pronouncing verdicts on existence itself. London, that great cesspool into which all the loungers and idlers of the empire are irresistibly drained, has apparently decided to observe the Sabbath with unprecedented virtue. Not a single telegram, not one frantic client ascending our 17 steps. Even the criminal classes, it seems, have developed a conscience. Dr. John Watson, seated at the breakfast table with the morning papers spread before him like the plumage of some exotic bird, glanced up from an article about proposed sewage improvements in Whitechapel. He was still in his shirt sleeves, waistcoat unbuttoned, a state of domestic undress that his military training would normally forbid, but which Baker Street's peculiar atmosphere had slowly rendered acceptable. His moustache twitched, a reliable indicator that he was suppressing either amusement or exasperation, and with Holmes the two were often indistinguishable. "Perhaps," Watson ventured, turning a page with deliberate care, "the criminals are simply attending to their souls. Even Moriarty must have had a mother who insisted on church attendance." "Moriarty is dead," Holmes replied, though his tone suggested he considered this only a temporary inconvenience for the criminal mastermind. "And the current generation of London's lawbreakers lack both his imagination and his work ethic. They are lazy, Watson. Depressingly, predictably lazy." The detective shifted in his chair, creating a symphony of creaking leather and rustling silk. He lifted the violin, considered it, then set it aside with the tenderness one might afford a sleeping child or a loaded weapon. The bow he placed on the side table with exaggerated precision, as if defying the universe to make even this small action interesting. Watson returned to his newspaper, though he was not truly reading it. After years of sharing these rooms, he had developed a sixth sense for Holmes's moods, and this particular strain of restless melancholy required careful management. Too much sympathy, and Holmes would retreat into sullen silence. Too little attention, and he would begin shooting holes in the wallpaper, or worse, embark on one of his chemical experiments that left the flat smelling like a battlefield between sulphur and burnt sugar. The clock ticked. The fire breathed. Beyond the window, a church bell tolled the half-hour with the mournful enthusiasm of a town crier announcing a funeral. London's Sunday morning unfolded in sepia tones and whispered prayers, its cobblestones slick with overnight rain, its citizens wrapped in their best clothes and worst hypocrisies. It was precisely the sort of morning that made Holmes insufferable. Victorian London on a Sunday was a creature of contradictions, a city that wrapped itself in piety while its streets still reeked of Saturday nights, excesses. The public houses had shuttered their doors, though the smell of spilled gin and desperate hope still clung to their thresholds. The markets stood empty, their stalls folded away like secrets, while the churches swelled with congregations who came to pray for forgiveness, or simply to be seen praying. The great engine of commerce and crime that drove the city 6 days a week ground to a halt, leaving only the slow pulse of domestic life, servants preparing Sunday roasts, families walking to services, and the occasional hansom cab carrying someone to or from an activity they would never discuss in polite company. For most of London, Sunday was a day of rest. For Sherlock Holmes, it was a kind of purgatory. The sound of footsteps on the stairs interrupted the silence, not the heavy, purposeful tread of a client, but the lighter, more familiar rhythm of Mrs. Hudson ascending with the morning tea. She appeared in the doorway moments later, a woman of indeterminate age and determinate opinions, carrying a tray laden with the implements of English civilization. Teapot, cups, saucers, milk jug, sugar bowl, and a plate of toast that had achieved that perfect state between warm and cold that suggested it had been sitting in the kitchen while she attended to some other domestic crisis. "Your tea, gentlemen," she announced, navigating the obstacle course of scattered newspapers, chemical apparatus, and tobacco ash that made the sitting room resemble the aftermath of a particularly genteel explosion. Though why Mr. Holmes needs stimulating beverages when he's already pacing about like a caged tiger is beyond my comprehension. "I have not paced once this morning, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied without moving. "I have sat here with admirable restraint, contributing nothing to society and receiving nothing from it in return. I am a model of Sunday decorum." "You played the violin at 6 o'clock, Mrs. Hudson countered, setting the tray on the table with a definitive click. Mournful screeching about lost love and death, if I'm any judge. The lodger below complained, though he's one to talk, given his snoring could wake the dead 3 streets over. Watson rose to pour the tea, a task he'd assumed through a long habit, as Holmes could not be trusted with anything involving hot liquids when in his current mood. The tea was strong and dark, the way they both preferred it, with enough tannin to strip paint and enough comfort to make a Sunday morning almost bearable. The steam rose in delicate spirals, carrying with it that distinctive scent of bergamot and British Empire, of plantations in distant lands, and the small civilizing rituals that held the world together. "Mrs. Hudson," Watson said, offering her a cup which she accepted with a nod. "You must forgive Holmes. He finds virtue tedious and peace unbearable. It is his cross to bear, and consequently ours." "I find idleness unbearable," Holmes corrected, finally stirring from his chair to accept his own tea. "There is a difference. Somewhere in this great city someone is committing a crime of sufficient ingenuity to warrant my attention, yet they have the discourtesy to do so beyond my awareness. It is intolerable." Mrs. Hudson settled herself on the edge of the settee, a liberty she took only on Sunday mornings when the flat felt more like a home than a consulting detective's office. She sipped her tea with the careful appreciation of someone who had made it herself, and knew exactly how it should taste. Her eyes, bright and observant in a face mapped with the small lines of hard work and harder years, travelled over the disarray of the room with the resignation of a general surveying a battlefield she knew she would never fully win. "Well," she said after a moment, setting her cup down with the air of someone about to make an announcement, "if you're so desperate for mysteries, perhaps you can solve mine." Holmes's head turned with the swift precision of a hawk spotting prey. Watson saw the immediate sharpening of those grey eyes, the way his friend's entire body shifted from languid repose to coiled attention in the space between heartbeats. It was remarkable, really, how a man could look simultaneously hopeful and sceptical, eager and disdainful. "You have a mystery, Mrs. Hudson." Holmes's voice carried the faintest note of hope, wrapped in layers of protective irony. "I've misplaced my grocery bill," she said simply. "The one from Friday's marketing. I need it for the household accounts, and it's nowhere to be found. I've searched the kitchen 3 times, turned out my apron pockets, looked through every drawer and cupboard. It's vanished, pure and simple." The silence that followed this declaration was profound. Watson watched Holmes's expression cycle through hope, realization, disappointment, and finally settle on something approaching amused resignation. The detective took a long, slow sip of his tea, set the cup down with exaggerated care, and returned his gaze to the window where the fog was beginning to thin, revealing glimpses of the street below. "A missing grocery bill," Holmes said finally, his voice as flat as the Thames at low tide. "The criminal masterminds of London rest easy, secure in the knowledge that their most formidable opponent is now tracking receipts for cabbage and mutton." "There's no need to be unkind," Mrs. Hudson said, though her tone suggested she had expected nothing less. "It's important to me, even if it's beneath your notice. The grocer's new assistant is still learning the accounts, and I promised I'd keep all my bills in order. Without it, there'll be confusion, and I'll likely be charged twice for items I've already paid for." Watson cleared his throat. "Holmes, perhaps—" "I am not investigating a missing grocery bill," Holmes interrupted, though something in his posture had shifted, as if some part of his magnificent machine of a mind had already begun, against his will, to engage with the problem. "I am a consulting detective, not a domestic bookkeeper. There are standards to maintain, Watson, principles." "Of course," Watson agreed, hiding his smile behind his teacup. "Absolutely. Mrs. Hudson, I'm sure the bill will turn up. These things usually do." Mrs. Hudson rose, collecting her cup with a sniff that contained volumes of unspoken commentary on the male ego and its various absurdities. "Well, I'm sure you're right, Doctor. I'll just have to manage without it and hope Mr. Pemberton's new assistant is honest. Though between you and me, the boy seems rather distracted lately. Sweet lad, but his mind is elsewhere. Makes errors in the accounts, stares off into space like he's composing poetry instead of weighing potatoes." She moved toward the door, and Watson saw Holmes's fingers tap against the arm of his chair. Once, twice, a small drumbeat of involuntary interest. The game was afoot, even if the game was merely the mystery of a missing piece of paper bearing the prices of domestic provisions. "This new assistant," Holmes said, his voice carefully casual. "When did he begin working for Pemberton?" 3 weeks ago," Mrs. Hudson replied, pausing in the doorway. "Young Mr. Timothy Ashford. Nice family, fallen on slightly hard times, I gather. The father was a clerk who passed away last winter. The boy's trying to help his mother and sisters." "And he makes errors in the accounts?" "Well, not errors exactly, more like he writes things out more than once. I've seen him rewrite receipts, very careful like, as if the first version wasn't neat enough. Particular about his penmanship, I suppose." Holmes said nothing, but Watson saw the slight narrowing of his eyes, the fractional tilt of his head that meant some piece of information had lodged itself in that extraordinary filing system he called a mind. Mrs. Hudson nodded to them both and departed, her footsteps retreating down the stairs with the steady rhythm of domestic routine continuing despite the small disruptions of lost bills and difficult tenants. The fire crackled, sending up a small shower of sparks that glowed briefly before fading into ash. Outside, the fog continued its slow retreat, and somewhere in the distance, another church bell began its Sunday morning lament. Holmes remained motionless in his chair, staring at nothing, his tea growing cold beside him. Watson picked up his newspaper again, carefully turning to a fresh page. He knew better than to speak. The hook had been set, however minor, however trivial. A missing grocery bill, a distracted shop assistant, a pattern of rewritten receipts. Small things, meaningless things, the kind of mundane details that most men would dismiss without a second thought. But Sherlock Holmes was not most men, and even a boring Sunday at Baker Street could not remain boring for long, when the great detective's mind, starved of stimulation, found something, anything, to chew upon. The game, Watson thought with quiet satisfaction, was very much afoot. The morning crept forward with the enthusiasm of a tortoise climbing a particularly steep hill. The clock on the mantelpiece continued its relentless commentary on time's passage, each tick a small accusation against the fundamental slowness of Sunday. The fog outside had thinned to a mere suggestion of itself, revealing a Baker Street that looked scrubbed clean by the previous night's rain, its cobblestones gleaming like the scales of some enormous sleeping creature. Holmes had not moved from his position by the window, though his stillness now possessed a different quality, less the slump of defeated boredom and more the coiled tension of a mind beginning to engage with a problem, however reluctantly. His fingers drummed against the arm of his chair in an irregular pattern that Watson had learned to interpret as the physical manifestation of thought processes too complex for ordinary mortalities to follow. The detective's gaze had shifted from the middle distance to something more focused, though what exactly held his attention remained unclear. Perhaps the peeling paint on the building across the street, perhaps the mathematical precision of raindrops sliding down the window pane, perhaps nothing external at all. Watson had abandoned any pretense of reading his newspaper. The articles about sewage improvements and parliamentary debates had lost whatever minor appeal they possessed, and he found himself instead watching his friend with the clinical interest of a physician, observing the onset of a familiar condition. Holmes in the grip of boredom was a trial, certainly, but Holmes in the early stages of intellectual engagement was a fascinating study. The gradual animation of features, the subtle shift from languid repose to focused intensity, the way his entire being seemed to sharpen and clarify like a photograph emerging in a developing solution. The morning light had shifted, no longer pressing against the windows but pouring through them with increasing confidence, painting everything in shades of amber and gold. Dust motes still danced their purposeless dance, but now they seemed almost celebratory, as if aware that the day had found some direction, however modest. The fire had been built up again by Mrs. Hudson during one of her mysterious comings and goings, and it now crackled with renewed vigour, sending waves of comfortable warmth through the sitting room. It was nearly 10:30 when Holmes finally spoke, his voice breaking the silence with the abruptness of a stone dropped into still water. "The grocery bill is not lost." Watson set down his teacup with measured care. "Oh, lost implies misplacement through accident or carelessness. But Mrs. Hudson is neither accident-prone nor careless, particularly where household accounts are concerned. She is methodical, Watson, almost obsessively so. I have observed her methods. She keeps her marketing receipts in the right pocket of her apron while shopping, transfers them to her kitchen drawer immediately upon returning home, and reconciles them with her account book every Friday evening after supper. It is a system as reliable as the tides and considerably more predictable than the Metropolitan Police." Holmes rose from his chair with a fluid movement that belied his earlier lethargy, crossing to the fireplace where he stood with his back to the flames, hands clasped behind him, in that characteristic pose that made him look like a particularly austere schoolmaster about to deliver a lecture on the fundamental disappointments of human nature. "Therefore," he continued, "if the bill is not in its expected location, and Mrs. Hudson's search has been thorough, which I do not doubt, then the bill has been removed, either by accident or design, by someone other than Mrs. Hudson herself." "Surely you're not suggesting theft," Watson said, unable to keep the amusement from his voice. "What criminal mastermind would steal a grocery receipt?" "I am suggesting nothing yet. I am merely observing that the bill's absence is anomalous, and anomalies, Watson, are the threads from which larger tapestries are woven. Consider also Mrs. Hudson's description of the grocer's new assistant, a young man who rewrites receipts, whose mind is elsewhere, who has been in his position for precisely 3 weeks. 3 weeks, Watson. Do you not find that time frame suggestive? Suggestive of what, exactly?" Holmes began to pace, his long strides carrying him from fireplace to window and back again, that restless energy finally finding an outlet, however trivial the problem might appear. The morning light caught the sharp planes of his face, illuminating the intensity in those grey eyes that could shift from languid indifference to piercing focus with disorienting speed. "I confess I do not yet know," Holmes admitted, and there was something almost boyish in his enthusiasm for this admission of ignorance. "But consider the facts as we have them. A distracted shop assistant who makes unusual errors, a missing grocery bill, and a pattern of rewritten receipts. Each fact alone is meaningless, but together they form a question, and questions, my dear Watson, are infinitely more interesting than answers. Watson could not suppress his smile. Here was Holmes at his most paradoxical, a man who claimed to deal only in facts and logic, yet who pursued mysteries with the passion of a romantic poet chasing inspiration. The great rationalist, thrilled by the irrational, the advocate of pure reason, seduced by the inexplicable. "So you intend to investigate Mrs. Hudson's missing grocery bill," Watson said, not quite making it a question. "I intend to occupy myself with a trivial domestic puzzle on a Sunday morning when all more worthwhile pursuits have been denied me by the apparently collective virtue of London's criminal classes," Holmes corrected, though his tone carried a note of self-mockery. "It is that or the alternative. Entertainments available to me, chemical experiments that will further damage our already questionable relationship with the landlady, or perhaps I might take up needlepoint. I understand it is very soothing. Heaven forbid. Indeed. No, Watson. If the universe insists on denying me proper intellectual stimulation, I shall manufacture my own from whatever materials are at hand. A missing grocery bill is admittedly poor substitute for a murder in a locked room, or a theft from an impregnable safe, but it possesses the singular virtue of existing, which is more than can be said for any other mystery currently available to me." Holmes moved to the cluttered desk beneath the window, pushing aside chemical apparatus and scattered correspondence to retrieve a notebook, one of several he kept for recording observations, deductions, and the various minutiae that his extraordinary mind deemed worthy of preservation. He flipped through pages covered in his distinctive, spidery handwriting, notes on previous cases interspersed with observations about tobacco ash, mud compositions, and the distinctive characteristics of various London neighbourhoods. "Mrs. Hudson mentioned that she received the bill on Friday," Holmes said, more to himself than to Watson. "That gives us a window of approximately 48 hours for the bill's disappearance. She searched her kitchen 3 times, her words, which suggest thorough examination of the immediate area, yet she did not mention searching elsewhere in the flat, which implies she's confident the bill never left the kitchen. Perhaps it was thrown away accidentally," Watson suggested, "mixed in with other rubbish?" "Mrs. Hudson does not throw away financial documents accidentally. I have observed her burn old receipts in the kitchen stove, but only after recording them in her account book, and only on the 1st of each month. It is now the 23rd of September. The bill would not have been destroyed yet." Watson rose from his chair, drawn despite himself into the analytical process. There was something infectious about Holmes's intensity, even when directed towards such prosaic matters. "What do you propose, then?" "I propose," Holmes said, closing the notebook with a decisive snap, "that we begin with the scene of the crime, as it were, Mrs. Hudson's kitchen. If the bill was taken from there may be some indication of how and by whom. Then, if necessary, we shall investigate the source, Pemberton's grocery establishment, and this curiously distracted young assistant who cannot seem to write a receipt correctly the first time." "You're serious about this?" "I am serious about avoiding the complete mental stagnation that Sunday threatens to impose upon me. The grocery bill is merely an excuse for mental exercise, Watson, but I find myself in desperate enough straits to accept even such meagre fare." Before Watson could respond, the sound of footsteps on the stairs announced another visitor, though these were heavier, slower, accompanied by a laboured breathing that suggested someone unaccustomed to the ascent. The footsteps paused at the landing. There was a moment of wheezing recovery, and then a tentative knock at the door. "Come," Holmes called, his expression shifting to one of mild curiosity. The door opened to reveal a young boy of perhaps 12, dressed in the rough clothing of the working poor. Patched trousers held up with rope, a jacket several sizes too large, and boots that had been resoled so many times they resembled a cobbler's practice project. His face was smudged with the universal grime of London streets, and his cap was clutched in both hands with the nervous reverence of someone entering a cathedral or a courtroom. "Begging your pardon, sirs," the boy said, his accent placing him firmly in the camps of the East End. "Mrs. Hudson sent me up. Said Mr. Holmes might want to know that she's found something odd in her kitchen, like, not the bill, sir, but something else. Something that wasn't there before." Holmes' entire demeanour changed in an instant, the casual academic interest transforming into sharp, focused attention. "What has she found?" "Don't rightly know, sir. She just said it was peculiar, and would Mr. Holmes please come down when convenient. She's in a state about it, sir. Not upset like, but puzzled." "Excellent," Holmes said, and there was genuine pleasure in his voice. "Watson, it appears our tedious Sunday has developed complications. Shall we?" He was already moving toward the door, pausing only to grab his pipe from the mantelpiece. not to smoke it, but simply to have something to gesture with, as Watson had observed was his habit when actively investigating. Watson followed, pulling on his jacket and catching the boy's eye with a sympathetic glance. The child looked torn between fear and fascination, clearly uncertain whether summoning the famous detective upstairs constituted an adventure or a terrible mistake. They descended the 17 steps to the ground floor, Holmes taking them 2 at a time with the eagerness of a schoolboy released from detention, Watson following at a more measured pace, and the street urchin trailing behind with the uncertain gait of someone who had delivered his message and was now unsure of his role in the unfolding drama. Mrs. Hudson's kitchen occupied the back of the ground floor, a room that Watson had entered only rarely, as it was her domain, and she guarded it with the territorial instinct of a general defending strategic ground. It was a space of remarkable efficiency, every pot and pan in its designated place, every surface scrubbed to within an inch of its existence, every herb and spice arranged in alphabetical order on shelves that gleamed with fresh polish. The range dominated one wall, radiating heat and the lingering scent of that morning's breakfast, toast, bacon, and the particular smell of tea brewed strong enough to stand a spoon in. Mrs. Hudson stood at the wooden work table in the centre of the room, staring at something on its scarred surface with an expression of profound puzzlement. She looked up as Holmes entered, and Watson saw relief flash across her features. "Mr. Holmes, I'm sorry to disturb you, but this is most peculiar. I found it just now, tucked behind the flour bin. I was reaching for the sugar when I saw it there, folded up small and wedged in tight." Holmes approached the table, and Watson moved to stand beside him, peering at the object of Mrs. Hudson's concern. It was a piece of paper folded into a small square, slightly crumpled as if it had been hastily concealed. The paper was of good quality, watermarked, the sort used for correspondence rather than commercial transactions. "May I?" Holmes asked, his voice carrying that particular gentleness he reserved for moments when he needed someone's cooperation. Mrs. Hudson nodded, stepping back to give him room. Holmes picked up the paper with the delicate precision of a surgeon handling a vital organ, unfolding it with careful attention to preserve any potential evidence. As the paper opened, Watson could see writing, not the printed text of a receipt, but handwriting, flowing and ornate, the penmanship of someone educated and careful. Holmes read in silence, his eyes moving across the lines, his expression unreadable. Then, unexpectedly, his mouth curved into something approaching a smile, not the sharp, triumphant grin of a solved puzzle, but something softer, almost sympathetic. "Well," he said finally, looking up at Mrs. Hudson, "I believe I may have found your missing grocery bill, or rather, I have found the reason for its disappearance, which amounts to the same thing." "I don't understand," Mrs. Hudson said. "This," Holmes said, holding up the paper, "is a love letter, or rather the draft of a love letter, unfinished, abandoned, hidden in haste, and unless I am very much mistaken, it is written on the back of your grocery receipt." He turned the paper over, and there, on the reverse side, was indeed the familiar format of Pemberton's grocery: itemised list, prices, total, and the signature of the shop assistant. Watson leaned closer, recognising the name scrawled at the bottom: Timothy Ashford. The morning light poured through the kitchen window, illuminating the scene like a painting. The detective holding evidence of a mystery that was rapidly transforming from trivial to touching, the landlady staring in bewilderment, and somewhere in the distance, the church bells beginning their noon chorus, announcing that Sunday had progressed from boring to thoroughly interesting. The kitchen fell into a peculiar silence, broken only by the soft hiss of the range and the distant sound of Sunday traffic beginning to stir on Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson stood with one hand pressed to her chest, her expression cycling through surprise, confusion, and a dawning comprehension that brought colour to her cheeks. Watson found himself suppressing a smile, recognising in her face that particular expression women wore when confronted with evidence of romance, a mixture of indulgence and exasperation, as if love was simultaneously the most natural thing in the world and an inexplicable complication designed specifically to disrupt orderly household management. Holmes remained focused on the paper, holding it up to the light streaming through the window, examining it with the intensity he might afford a ransom note or a forged document. His grey eyes moved across the surface, noting details invisible to ordinary observation, the quality of the ink, the pressure of the pen strokes, the small corrections and crossed-out words that marked the composition of someone struggling to express sentiments that exceeded their literary capabilities. "Read it aloud, if you would," Watson said, his curiosity thoroughly engaged. "Unless it's too private a matter." Holmes glanced at Mrs. Hudson, who nodded with the resigned air of someone who had already accepted that her kitchen had become the scene of an investigation, however minor and peculiar. "I suppose there's no harm in it now, though I do feel for the poor boy, having his private thoughts discovered this way." "My dearest," Holmes began, then paused, his tone shifting from his usual crisp delivery to something gentler, almost sympathetic. "My dearest M, the letter breaks off there, Watson. He has not committed the full name to paper, showing either caution or uncertainty about proceeding. Let me continue. I write this knowing full well the impropriety of addressing you thus, knowing that the distance between our stations makes such correspondence a presumption beyond forgiveness. Yet I find I cannot contain these sentiments any longer, though they burn in my chest like—" And here he has crossed out coals and written embers, then crossed that out as well and left the metaphor incomplete. Watson moved closer, peering over Holmes's shoulder at the cramped handwriting that filled the page in uneven lines, the letters growing smaller and more hurried as the writer had progressed, as if speed might somehow make the task less terrifying. Poor fellow, the agony of composition is written in every word. "Indeed. Shall I go on? Each day I see you is both torment and treasure. When you came into the shop last Tuesday with your mistress, when you smiled at me despite the impropriety of acknowledging a mere shop assistant, I felt as though the sun itself had—" Here another crossing out, this time of what appears to be "blessed me," replaced with nothing. He could not find the right words and abandoned the attempt. Holmes turned the paper over, examining the grocery receipt with equal attention. Pemberton's establishment dated Friday last, the 20th of September. Items: flour, £2, sugar, £1, tea, £0.5, butter, £1, bacon, £2, eggs, 1 dozen, cheese, £0.5, total 6 shillings and 8pence. Everything properly itemised, the arithmetic correct, the handwriting identical to that of the love letter. Young Mr. Ashford was conducting his professional duties when inspiration or desperation struck, and he used the only paper readily available to compose his declaration. "But how did it end up behind my flour bin?" Mrs. Hudson asked, her practical mind cutting through the romance to the logistics. "I keep my receipts in my apron pocket until I return home, then transfer them directly to my account drawer. I never go near the flour bin with them. I suspect," Holmes said, carefully refolding the paper, that young Ashford realised his mistake, using a customer's receipt for his personal correspondence, and attempted to reclaim it. "The question is how he gained access to your kitchen to hide it away, and why he did not simply destroy it or take it with him." "The boy delivered my groceries," Mrs. Hudson said slowly, understanding dawning in her eyes. "Friday afternoon, around 4 o'clock. Mr. Pemberton sometimes has him bring purchases to regular customers who live nearby. He carried the basket right into this kitchen, set it on this very table. I was upstairs attending to the sitting room, and I called down for him to leave everything where it was. He must have—" "Precisely. He delivered your groceries, realised that your receipt contained his half-finished love letter, and in a moment of panic hid it rather than risk you reading it. The flour bin would have been visible from where he stood, a quick hiding place for paper he intended to retrieve later. But how could he retrieve it? He could not very well knock on your door and ask to search your kitchen. So the paper remained, and with it, the original receipt, leaving you without the documentation you needed for your accounts." Holmes moved to the window, looking out at the small yard behind the building where Mrs. Hudson grew herbs in terracotta pots and hung washing on days when the London air was not too thick with soot. The light had strengthened further, burning off the last wisps of fog, revealing a sky of pale blue scraped clean by yesterday's rain. A sparrow landed on the windowsill, cocked its head at the detective, and flew away again, apparently finding nothing of interest in the domestic drama unfolding within. "The question that interests me," Holmes continued, still gazing out the window, "is not the mechanics of how the paper came to be hidden. That is straightforward enough. What intrigues me is the pattern Mrs. Hudson observed, the rewritten receipts, the distracted behaviour. This suggests that our young Romeo has been conducting his literary courtship for some time, using his employer's materials and business hours for compositions of a decidedly non-commercial nature. Surely that's his own business, Watson said, though he recognised even as he spoke that Holmes had found something to engage his formidable analytical machinery, and would not rest until he had traced every thread of the mystery, however gossamer thin those threads might be. His business becomes our business when it results in confusion for Mrs. Hudson, Holmes replied, turning from the window with a sudden decision. I propose we visit Pemberton's establishment. It is nearly noon, and while most commercial enterprises are closed on the Sabbath, I happen to know that Pemberton keeps his shop open until 2 o'clock on Sundays to accommodate servants who do their marketing after church services. We can observe young Ashford in his natural habitat, so to speak, and perhaps solve the mystery of his mysterious beloved. Mr. Holmes, really, is that necessary? Mrs. Hudson protested, though Watson detected a note of curiosity beneath her objection. The boy was simply being foolish, as young people are. There's no need to embarrass him. I have no intention of embarrassing him. I merely wish to observe, to deduce, and perhaps to recover your actual receipts so that your accounts may be properly reconciled. Consider it a professional consultation. You have engaged my services in the matter of a missing document, and I intend to see the case through to its conclusion, however trivial that conclusion may appear. Watson recognised the glint in his friend's eye, the subtle animation of his features that indicated Holmes had found something worthy of his attention. It was not the receipt that interested him. That was mere pretext. What had captured the detective's imagination was the human puzzle, the question of how a shop assistant's clandestine romance could leave traces visible to the trained observer, and what those traces might reveal about the hidden currents flowing beneath London's respectable surface. Very well, Watson said, already moving toward the door. I suppose a walk to the grocer's will do us both good. Fresh air, exercise, and the opportunity to observe Holmes interrogate vegetables about their romantic entanglements. I never interrogate vegetables, Watson. I simply allow them to reveal their secrets through careful observation. There is a distinction. Mrs. Hudson shook her head, but Watson saw the small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You gentlemen are incorrigible. But if you're going to Pemberton's, you might ask about getting me a proper receipt. I do need it for my books. We shall return with documentation sufficient to satisfy the most rigorous audit, Holmes promised, pocketing the folded love letter with the care of an archivist handling a medieval manuscript. Come, Watson. Baker Street awaits, and with it, the thrilling spectacle of a Sunday grocery shop and its lovesick attendant. They ascended the stairs to collect their coats and hats, Holmes moving with that particular energy that Watson had learned to recognise as the onset of a case, even a case as absurd as this one. The sitting room, which had seemed so oppressively dull only an hour before, now felt like the staging ground for an expedition. Holmes selected his stick, not for support, but for the simple pleasure of having something to carry, and Watson retrieved his own hat, settling it on his head with the automatic precision of a former military man. The street outside embraced them with the peculiar atmosphere of a London Sunday at midday. The fog had entirely dissipated, leaving the air crisp and clear, scrubbed clean by rain, and rendered almost breathable by the absence of weekday commerce. The cobblestones gleamed wetly, reflecting the weak autumn sunlight in patches of silver and grey. A few pedestrians moved along the pavement, families returning from church services, servants hurrying on errands, a gentleman walking a small dog that seemed profoundly unhappy about the entire enterprise. Baker Street on a Sunday possessed a quality quite different from its weekday character. Gone was the constant traffic of hansom cabs and delivery wagons, the shouts of street vendors and the general cacophony of urban life. In its place settled a quieter rhythm, almost meditative, punctuated by church bells from a half-dozen parishes marking the hours with bronze voices that echoed across rooftops and down narrow lanes. Holmes set a brisk pace, his long legs carrying him along the pavement with the purposeful stride of a man on a mission, however modest that mission might appear to outside observers. Watson kept pace beside him, cane tapping against the cobblestones in steady counterpoint to their footsteps. They made an odd pair, Watson knew, the tall, angular detective with his hawk-like features and piercing gaze, and the shorter, sturdier physician with his military bearing and practical demeanour. London had grown accustomed to them over the years, this partnership that had solved murders and thefts, uncovered conspiracies and brought criminals to justice. Now they were deploying their combined talents in pursuit of a grocery receipt and a shop assistant's romantic inclinations. The absurdity of it was not lost on Watson, but neither was the essential kindness underneath Holmes' brusque exterior. His friend might claim pure intellectual interest, might frame the investigation as mere mental exercise to combat Sunday tedium, but Watson suspected there was genuine sympathy beneath the analytical facade. Holmes understood obsession, understood the all-consuming nature of a mind fixed on a single object, whether that object was a criminal mastermind or a beloved face glimpsed across a shop counter. Pemberton's grocery establishment stood on a corner 3 streets over from Baker Street, positioned to serve the households of the respectable middle class who populated this section of London. It was a substantial building of soot-darkened brick with large windows designed to display goods to passing trade, and a green-painted door that stood open despite the Sunday quiet. Above the door, a sign proclaimed in gold letters, J. Pemberton and Sons, grocers and provision merchants established 1867. The windows displayed pyramids of tinned goods, sacks of flour and sugar, hanging haunches of bacon, and wheels of cheese, all the necessities of Victorian domestic life arranged with an eye toward abundance and quality. As they approached, Watson could smell the characteristic scent of such establishments, a complex mixture of coffee and tea, dried herbs and spices, the earthy smell of root vegetables, the sharp tang of cheese, and underlying it all, the faint sweetness of sugar and the musty scent of grain. It was a smell that spoke of provision and plenty, of the vast networks of trade that brought goods from across the empire to this single shop corner, of the daily miracle of feeding a great city. Through the window, Watson could see the interior of the shop, shelves reaching to the ceiling filled with goods organized with military precision. A long wooden counter dominated the space, its surface worn smooth by decades of transactions. Behind the counter stood a portly man in his 50s, wearing a white apron that strained across his considerable middle, his bald head gleaming in the light from the gas lamps that supplemented the watery sunlight. This, Watson surmised, was Mr. Pemberton himself, the proprietor and master of this domain of domestic necessities. And there, standing to one side, was a younger figure, a slender young man of perhaps 20, with dark hair neatly combed and a face that bore the stamp of anxiety poorly concealed. He wore a similar white apron over dark trousers and waistcoat, and his hands, Watson noticed as they entered the shop, were stained with ink at the fingertips. Timothy Ashford, the lovesick shop assistant, caught in the act of weighing out sugar for an elderly woman, who was explaining in exhaustive detail exactly how much she required and how it must be wrapped. The shop bell above the door announced their entrance with a cheerful jangle, and Pemberton looked up with the automatic smile of a merchant greeting potential custom. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. How may I serve you this Sunday?" Holmes removed his hat with courteous precision, his eyes already moving about the shop with that particular intensity that suggested he was cataloguing every detail. The arrangement of goods, the wear patterns on the floor, the stack of paper and twine at the end of the counter, the bottle of ink positioned near the account book that lay open to today's sparse entries. "Good afternoon," Holmes replied, his voice carrying that pleasant, neutral tone he employed when he wished to observe without alarming. "We have come on behalf of Mrs. Hudson of Baker Street, who has encountered a small difficulty with her receipt from last Friday. She requires a duplicate for her household accounts, if that would be possible." Timothy Ashford's head jerked up at the mention of Mrs. Hudson's name, and Watson saw the colour drain from his face with the dramatic swiftness of water flowing from a basin. The young man's hand trembled slightly, causing a small cascade of sugar to miss the scale and scatter across the counter. He stared at Holmes with the expression of a rabbit confronting a fox, his lips parting as if to speak, though no sound emerged. Mr. Pemberton, oblivious to his assistant's distress, nodded genially. Of course. Mrs. Hudson is a valued customer. Timothy, have you finished with Mrs. Bartlett's order?" "Yes, sir," Timothy managed, his voice barely above a whisper. He wrapped the sugar with trembling hands, accepted payment from the elderly woman, and made change with the mechanical precision of someone performing familiar tasks while their mind was entirely elsewhere. Mrs. Bartlett departed with her package, the shop bell marking her exit, and suddenly the space felt much smaller, more intimate, charged with the tension of unspoken knowledge. Holmes approached the counter with unhurried grace, his eyes never leaving the young assistant's face. "Timothy Ashford, I presume? Mrs. Hudson speaks well of you. She mentioned that you are careful with your penmanship, that you take particular pains with your receipts." The young man swallowed visibly, his Adam's apple bobbing in his thin throat. Yes, sir. I try to keep the accounts proper. I'm sure you do, Holmes said, his tone remaining pleasant, almost conversational. Tell me, do you often write receipts more than once? To ensure accuracy, perhaps, or to correct errors? Mr. Pemberton interjected before Timothy could respond, his broad face creasing with pride. The boy's a perfectionist, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Holmes, Sherlock Holmes. The effect of the name was immediate and dramatic. Pemberton's eyes widened and Timothy Ashford went, if possible, even paler, his hands gripping the edge of the counter as if to steady himself against an invisible wind. The reputation that preceded Holmes into most rooms had clearly penetrated even this modest grocery establishment. The detective? Pemberton breathed. Good Lord, has there been a crime? Is something wrong with Mrs. Hudson's account? Nothing so dramatic, Holmes assured him, though Watson noticed the slight smile playing at the corners of his friend's mouth. Merely a missing receipt and a small mystery regarding its whereabouts. Nothing that needs concern the police or trouble your conscience, Mr. Pemberton. I am here in an entirely unofficial capacity. Watson watched Timothy Ashford's face as Holmes spoke, noting the complex emotions that flickered across those youthful features. Fear giving way to confusion, confusion to a desperate sort of hope, hope to resignation. The young man's ink-stained fingers drummed against the counter in a nervous rhythm, and his eyes kept darting towards something behind the counter, something Watson could not quite see from his current position. Timothy, Holmes said gently, might I have a moment of your time? Perhaps we could speak privately. Regarding Mrs. Hudson's receipt. I assure you, no harm will come to you, and I have no interest in causing difficulties with your employer. The young man looked to Pemberton, who nodded with the benevolent confusion of someone who understood nothing of what was transpiring but was willing to defer to the famous detective's judgment. Go on, lad. I can mind the shop. We're not likely to see much more custom today anyway. Timothy nodded mutely and gestured toward a door at the back of the shop that presumably led to storage rooms or an office. Holmes followed him, and Watson trailed behind, his curiosity thoroughly aroused by the young man's obvious distress and his friend's unusually gentle handling of the situation. The back room proved to be a small office, cramped and cluttered with ledgers, invoices, and the general paperwork of commercial enterprise. A narrow desk stood against one wall, its surface covered with receipts in various states of completion, and there, prominently displayed in an inkwell, was a pen with a distinctive brass nib. The same pen, Watson suspected, that had composed the love letter they had discovered in Mrs. Hudson's kitchen. Timothy turned to face them, his young face a portrait of misery and resignation. You found it, didn't you? The letter. That's why you're here. I've been going mad trying to think how to retrieve it, but I couldn't very well ask Mrs. Hudson if I might search her kitchen, and His voice broke, and he pressed both hands to his face in a gesture of utter despair. Holmes reached into his pocket and withdrew the folded paper, holding it out to the young man with surprising gentleness. You left this behind my flour bin, he said quietly. An understandable panic, but poor strategy. If you had simply confessed your error to Mrs. Hudson, she would have been far more sympathetic than you apparently imagine. Timothy took the paper with shaking hands, staring at it as if it were a legal summons rather than his own abandoned composition. I'm ruined, he whispered. My position, my reputation. Mr. Pemberton will dismiss me when he learns I've been using his materials for personal correspondence, and my mother and sisters depend on my wages. I've been a fool, a complete fool, and all for a love that can never— He stopped, biting off the words, his eyes bright with unshed tears. Watson felt a profound sympathy for the young man, recognizing in his distress the universal anguish of young love confronted with impossible obstacles. How many times had such scenes played out across London, across England, across the world, hearts breaking against the rigid structures of class and propriety, affection withering in the cold light of economic reality. Holmes, however, was examining the desk with that methodical attention he brought to all investigations, his fingers trailing across the scattered receipts, noting the ink stains, the partial drafts, the evidence of a heart struggling to express itself, through inadequate words on inadequate paper. Tell me about her, Holmes said simply, and the command carried such quiet authority that Timothy Ashford, despite his obvious misery, found himself responding. The small office seemed to contract around them, the air growing thick with the weight of confession. Timothy Ashford stood with the crumpled love letter clutched in his ink-stained hands, his shoulders hunched as if bracing against a physical blow. The afternoon light filtered through a small grimy window set high in the wall, casting everything in sepia tones that gave the scene the quality of a daguerreotype, a moment frozen, preserved in shades of brown and gold, already nostalgic for itself. Watson moved quietly to position himself near the door, recognizing that his role in this particular drama was that of witness rather than participant. Holmes had adopted a posture of relaxed attention, leaning against the edge of the cluttered desk with his arms crossed, his hawk-like features softened into something approaching sympathy. It was a side of his friend that Watson rarely witnessed, the Holmes who understood human weakness, not as a failing to be exploited but as a condition to be acknowledged with compassion. "Her name," Timothy began, his voice barely above a whisper, "is Margaret. Margaret Winters. She is a lady's maid to Mrs. Cordelia Hampton of Wimpole Street. I met her, that is, I first saw her, approximately 6 weeks ago when she came into the shop with a marketing list from her mistress." He paused, staring at nothing, his eyes focused on some internal vision visible only to him. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the distant sound of a cart passing on the street outside and the steady tick of a clock somewhere in the shop proper. Holmes waited with uncharacteristic patience, making no move to hurry the young man's narrative. "She smiled at me," Timothy continued, and despite his evident distress, a softness entered his voice, a warmth that transformed his anxious features into something almost handsome. It was such a simple thing, really. I was weighing out tea and I looked up and she was smiling, not the polite distant smile that servants give to shopkeepers, but a real smile, as if she saw me, as if I were a person rather than simply the hands that measured and wrapped her purchases. Watson felt a tightness in his chest, recognizing in the young man's words the fundamental human longing to be seen, to be acknowledged, to matter in someone else's world. It was the same impulse that drove men to great deeds and terrible crimes, the same force that had shaped empires and toppled kingdoms, the simple, devastating need to be significant to another soul. "We spoke briefly," Timothy said. "She asked if the tea was fresh, and I assured her it had arrived only that morning from the importers. She mentioned that her mistress was particular about tea, that she could tell the difference between leaves that had been properly stored and those that had been exposed to air or dampness. I told her," he paused, a faint flush colouring his pale cheeks. "I told her that such discernment was a mark of good breeding and proper education. It was a foolish thing to say, presumptuous, but she didn't take offence. She laughed, actually laughed, and said that she had learned about tea from her mother, who had been in service all her life and knew more about quality than most of the ladies she served." Holmes shifted slightly, his eyes moving to the scattered receipts on the desk. "And she has returned to the shop since that first meeting." "Every Tuesday and Friday," Timothy confirmed, his voice gaining strength as he spoke. "Mrs. Hampton's household does their marketing twice weekly. Sometimes Margaret comes alone, sometimes with the cook, but she always—" He hesitated, then pressed on with the desperate courage of someone who had already lost everything and had nothing further to protect. "She always finds a moment to speak with me. Small conversations, brief exchanges about the weather, or the quality of the vegetables, nothing that would attract notice or comment from anyone observing. But there's something in the way she looks at me, something in her voice when she says my name." He trailed off, shaking his head as if to clear it of dangerous thoughts. "I know it's impossible. I know that even if she shares my feelings, and I have no certainty that she does, only hope built on smiles and kind words, there can be no future in it. I am a grocer's assistant with a widowed mother and 3 younger sisters dependent on my wages. She is in respectable service to a wealthy household. The barriers between us are not merely economic, but social, structural, woven into the very fabric of how our world operates." The young man's eloquence surprised Watson, suggesting an education beyond what one might expect from someone in his position. Holmes, too, seemed to note this, his eyebrows rising fractionally before he spoke. "You express yourself well, Mr. Ashford. Better than many gentlemen of my acquaintance. Where did you receive your education?" Timothy looked up, startled by the question. "My father was a clerk with the East India Company, sir. Not a high position, but respectable. He insisted that all his children learn to read and write properly, and he had a small library of books that he encouraged us to study. When he died last winter, pneumonia, sir, very suddenly, we lost not only his income but also our housing, as it was tied to his employment. My mother took in sewing, my eldest sister found a position as a governess, and I was fortunate that Mr. Pemberton needed an assistant and was willing to take someone without prior experience in the grocery trade. Hence your careful penmanship, Holmes observed. You were trained as a clerk, not a shopkeeper. The precision, the attention to detail, the way you form your letters, these are the habits of someone educated for office work, not manual trade. Yes, sir. I had hoped to follow my father into clerical work, but without his connections, without references. Timothy shrugged, a gesture of weary acceptance. Mr. Pemberton has been kind to me. I cannot risk disappointing him or giving him cause to question my dedication to the position. Yet I find myself... He gestured helplessly at the desk, at the scattered receipts and half-finished compositions. I write her letters that I never send. I compose declarations that I know I will never speak aloud. I use Mr. Pemberton's paper and ink, stealing moments between customers, to put words to feelings that have no outlet, no future, no purpose beyond the temporary relief of expression. Holmes moved to the desk, his long fingers sifting through the papers with the delicate precision of an archaeologist excavating fragile artifacts. Watson could see what his friend was seeing: multiple receipts for the same transactions, some crossed out and rewritten, others abandoned halfway through when inspiration or despair had struck. On the backs of several, in that same careful handwriting, were fragments of correspondence, phrases of longing, crossed-out declarations, metaphors attempted and rejected. "The ink," Holmes murmured, picking up a receipt and holding it to the light. "Mrs. Hudson mentioned that you make errors in the accounts, but that is not quite accurate, is it? You write receipts perfectly well the first time, but then you spot the blank space on the reverse, and you cannot resist using it for your private purposes. Then, realizing you cannot give a customer a receipt with a love letter on the back, you must rewrite the entire transaction on fresh paper. This is why Mr. Pemberton's paper supplies diminish faster than his business volume would suggest." Timothy nodded miserably. "I know it's theft, sir. I know I'm stealing from my employer, and I have no excuse except that I cannot seem to help myself. The words build up inside me until I must release them, and paper is expensive, and I—" His voice broke again, and he pressed his hands to his face. Watson cleared his throat gently. "Holmes, perhaps we might—" But Holmes was not finished. He had picked up the love letter they had discovered in Mrs. Hudson's kitchen, smoothing it out on the desk with careful attention. "You addressed her as M. Why not use her full name?" "In case the letter was discovered," Timothy said. I thought if I didn't commit her name to paper, if anyone found it, they might not know whom I was addressing. Foolish, I know. As if the concealment of a single letter could protect her reputation or mine." "Not foolish," Holmes said quietly. "Cautious. You understand the stakes, the potential for scandal, the way even innocent affection can be twisted into something sordid by those who observe it from the outside. You're protecting her even in your private compositions, even in words you never intended her to read." The detective's tone had shifted, becoming almost gentle, and Watson realized with a start that Holmes was moved by the young man's predicament. His friend, who claimed to be a reasoning machine devoid of sentiment, who professed to find human emotion merely data to be analyzed and exploited, was showing something dangerously close to empathy. Holmes turned from the desk to face Timothy directly, his grey eyes intent. "These smudges on Mrs. Hudson's receipt, and presumably on others, they occur when you are writing, do they not? When you're composing your letters on the reverse of commercial documents, and your hand, still wet with ink, brushes against the front of the paper?" "Yes, sir. I try to be careful, but sometimes when I'm writing I become absorbed. I forget myself, forget where I am, and my hand moves carelessly." "And the pattern of these smudges," Holmes continued, his voice taking on that particular quality it acquired when he was constructing a narrative from observed facts, "tells a story of distraction, of a mind divided between duty and desire. Here," he pointed to a mark on one of the receipts, "you were calculating the cost of butter when some thought of Margaret struck you, and your hand slipped, leaving this diagonal streak. And here, this blot. You had just written her initial, M, and the intensity of emotion caused you to press too hard, causing the nib to release excess ink." Timothy stared at Holmes with something approaching awe. How can you possibly know all that from mere ink stains? Because, Holmes said, with a trace of his usual dry humour returning, I have spent years studying the ways in which human emotion manifests in physical evidence. A smudge is never merely a smudge, Mr. Ashford. It is a record of a moment, a preserved instant of distraction or passion or fear. Your receipts are a diary of your inner life, written in ink and accident. Watson moved closer to examine the desk himself, seeing now what Holmes had seen, the pattern of errors and corrections, the evidence of a young man struggling to maintain his professional composure while his heart pulled him toward creative expression. It was touching and tragic in equal measure, this evidence of love constrained by circumstance, affection forced to hide itself in the margins of commercial transactions. "What will you tell Mr. Pemberton?" Timothy asked, his voice small and frightened. "Will you inform him that I've been stealing his supplies, that I've been neglecting my duties to write love letters to a woman I can never court properly?" Holmes was silent for a long moment, his fingers drumming against the desk in that familiar rhythm that indicated deep thought. Outside, a church bell struck the hour. 1 o'clock, the afternoon advancing toward that quiet period when even Sunday's modest activities would slow to stillness. The light through the high window had shifted, painting new shadows across the cramped office, transforming it from a place of confession into something almost chapel-like, a space where secrets could be safely spoken, and perhaps, if one were fortunate, absolved. "I will tell Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said finally, "that you made an honest error with Mrs. Hudson's receipt, that it was misplaced during delivery and subsequently recovered, and that you have prepared a duplicate for her records. I will suggest that he might consider providing you with a small allowance of paper and ink for personal use, as an educated young man naturally requires such materials for correspondence with his family and for maintaining his own accounts." Timothy's eyes widened. "Sir, I don't understand. Why would you—" "Because," Holmes interrupted, his voice carrying a note of something Watson had rarely heard there. Not quite warmth, but perhaps recognition of kinship. "I understand what it is to have a mind that cannot rest, that pursues its interests regardless of social convention or practical limitation. You and I are not so different, Mr. Ashford. I pursue mysteries and criminals with the same obsessive focus that you pursue the perfect phrase to capture your beloved's smile. The difference is merely that society has decided my obsession is valuable, while yours is frivolous. I find that distinction arbitrary and unconvincing." Watson felt a smile tugging at his lips. Here was the paradox of Sherlock Holmes laid bare. The man who claimed to despise sentiment, who professed to view human emotion as weakness, revealing through his actions a deep and fundamental sympathy for those whose hearts drove them to behave in ways that logic could not justify. "However," Holmes continued, his tone becoming more businesslike, "I cannot ignore the fact that your current method of expressing your affection is both dishonest to your employer and unfair to the object of your devotion. If you care for Margaret Winters as deeply as these compositions suggest, then she deserves to know your feelings directly, not through letters you lack the courage to send." "But the impropriety," Timothy began. "Is considerable," Holmes agreed, "but not insurmountable. Love, Mr. Ashford, is one of the few forces in this world that can overcome the rigid structures of class and propriety, provided those who feel it are willing to be both brave and patient. You must decide whether your feelings are strong enough to warrant the risk of declaration, and if they are, you must find a way to express them that respects both her position and your own." The young man stood straighter, something like hope beginning to kindle in his eyes. What could I possibly—" Holmes turned to Watson with a slight smile. "Watson, you have more experience in matters of the heart than I. What advice would you offer our young friend?" Watson cleared his throat, slightly startled to be brought into the consultation, but recognizing the wisdom of Holmes's deflection. His friend might understand the mechanics of human emotion, but the actual practice of romance remained foreign territory to his analytical mind. "Speak to her honestly," Watson said, choosing his words with care. "Find a moment when you can address her privately, without witnesses who might turn innocent conversation into scandal. Tell her simply that you hold her in high regard, that you would welcome the opportunity to know her better, and that while you understand the difficulties your respective positions create, you would be honoured if she might consider a correspondence, properly conducted, of course, with full knowledge and perhaps even approval of her employers." "And if she refuses?" Timothy asked, though his voice suggested he already knew the answer. "Then you will have the comfort of knowing you spoke honestly," Watson replied. and you can return to your duties with a clear conscience, having honoured both your feelings and her right to choose. But you may be surprised. Affection is not always as one-sided as we fear, and courage, genuine courage in matters of the heart, is attractive in itself. The afternoon had settled into that peculiar stillness that characterised London Sundays, a quiet so profound it seemed almost aggressive in its insistence that the city rest from its labours. Holmes, Watson and Timothy Ashford emerged from the cramped back office into the main shop, where Mr. Pemberton stood arranging tins of biscuits with the focused attention of a man grateful for any task to occupy his hands during the slow hours. The proprietor looked up as they entered, his round face creased with mild concern that smoothed into relief when he saw that his assistant was not being led away in handcuffs. "All sorted, then?" Pemberton asked, his voice carrying that hearty optimism that shopkeepers cultivated as carefully as they did their inventory. "Nothing amiss with the accounts?" "A simple misunderstanding," Holmes assured him, his tone carrying the easy authority that made even the most outlandish statements sound perfectly reasonable. "Young Mr. Ashford has prepared a duplicate receipt for Mrs. Hudson, and I believe we have resolved the confusion to everyone's satisfaction. I wonder, however, if I might make a suggestion regarding your business practices." Pemberton's eyebrows rose, but he nodded with the deference one showed to a man whose name appeared regularly in the newspapers in connection with matters of national importance. "Of course, Mr. Holmes. Any advice you might offer would be most welcome. Your assistant is clearly a young man of education and refined sensibilities. I would suggest that providing him with a modest allowance of writing materials for personal use might improve both his morale and his efficiency. Educated men require outlets for correspondence and personal record-keeping, and the lack of such materials can lead to distractions during working hours." Holmes delivered this with such perfect seriousness that Watson had to turn away to hide his smile. The suggestion was both completely reasonable and utterly absurd, a way of legitimising Timothy's paper theft while simultaneously preventing future incidents, all without revealing the actual nature of the young man's literary activities. Pemberton considered this, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I suppose that's fair enough. The boy does work hard, and his father was a clerk, respectable family. A few sheets of paper and a bottle of ink wouldn't break the bank. Consider it done, Timothy. I'll set aside supplies for your personal use. Just keep them separate from the business stock, mind." Timothy's face flooded with colour, and he stammered out his thanks with such genuine gratitude that Pemberton looked both pleased and slightly confused by the intensity of the response. Holmes accepted the duplicate receipt that the young man hurriedly prepared, folded it with care, and tipped his hat to the proprietor. "We shall leave you to your Sunday trade, Mr. Pemberton. Come, Watson. I believe a constitution through the neighbourhood would be beneficial before we return to Baker Street." They stepped out into the afternoon, the shop bell marking their departure with its cheerful jangle. The street had grown quieter still, the post-church crowds having dispersed to their various Sunday dinners and domestic routines. The sky had maintained its pale blue clarity, though clouds were beginning to gather at the edges of vision, promising rain before evening. The air carried that particular London mixture of coal smoke, damp stone, and the indefinable scent of thousands of lives being lived in close proximity. Cooking smells from nearby kitchens, the sharp tang of horse droppings, the yeasty aroma of bread from some unseen bakery. Watson waited until they had walked a full block before speaking. "That was remarkably kind of you, Holmes. I confess I'm surprised. I would have expected you to find the entire situation tedious rather than deserving of intervention." Holmes' expression remained neutral, his eyes scanning the street with that habitual attention to detail that never quite ceased, even during casual walks. "I found the situation illustrative, Watson. The young man's dilemma is a perfect example of how London's rigid social structures create unnecessary suffering. He's educated, articulate, and clearly capable of more than weighing vegetables and wrapping parcels, yet circumstances confined him to that role. Meanwhile, he encounters someone who sees beyond his current position to the person beneath, and he is expected to ignore this connection because society has determined that shop assistants and ladies' maids should not harbour romantic aspirations." "You sound almost revolutionary," Watson observed with amusement. "I sound practical. How many potential partnerships, how many unions that might bring genuine happiness are prevented because we have decided that a clerk's daughter is above a shopkeeper's son, or that a lady's maid should not entertain the attentions of a grocer's assistant? It is inefficient, Watson. It wastes human potential and creates suffering where none is necessary. They turned onto Wimpole Street, and Watson realised with a start that this was no aimless constitution. Holmes had a destination in mind. The street was lined with substantial townhouses, the residences of the professional and merchant classes who had prospered during Victoria's long reign. These were not the grand mansions of the aristocracy, but neither were they modest dwellings. They spoke of comfort, respectability, and the particular pride of those who had earned their position through commerce rather than inheritance. "We are going to observe Mrs. Hampton's household," Watson said, not quite making it a question. "I am going to complete my investigation," Holmes corrected. "You may consider it excessive attention to a trivial matter, but I find myself curious about Miss Margaret Winters and whether she is worthy of the devotion young Ashford has invested in her. Besides, it is a pleasant afternoon for a walk, and we have nothing more pressing demanding our attention." Watson had learned long ago that arguing with Holmes when he had fixed upon a course of action was as productive as debating with a locomotive regarding its destination. Instead, he fell into step beside his friend, noting the house numbers as they progressed down the street. The houses here were well maintained, their steps scrubbed, their brass door fixtures polished to a high shine. Lace curtains hung in windows, and the occasional glimpse into ground-floor rooms revealed interiors of comfortable if not extravagant furnishing, overstuffed chairs, dark wood furniture, the gleam of china in display cabinets. "There," Holmes said quietly, nodding toward a house midway down the block. "Number 47. Note the particulars, Watson. The house is prosperous but not ostentatious. The curtains are of good quality, recently cleaned. The doorstep has been scrubbed this morning. You can see the water stains still drying in the corners. The brass letter slot and knocker shine with fresh polish, suggesting a household that maintains standards even on the Sabbath. What does this tell us about Mrs. Hampton?" Watson studied the house, applying the observational methods he had learned from years of association with the detective. "She values appearance and propriety. She employs servants who are diligent in their duties. She is middle class aspiring to upper middle class," Holmes supplied. "Comfortable but conscious of status, maintaining standards that announce her respectability to the neighbourhood. The sort of household where a lady's maid would be expected to be above reproach, to maintain her position as a reflection of her mistress's taste and judgment. Any hint of impropriety, any suggestion of romantic entanglement with someone beneath her station, would be grounds for immediate dismissal. You're painting a rather grim picture." "I am painting an accurate picture. For Miss Winters to entertain Ashford's suit would be to risk everything: her position, her references, her entire future in respectable service. She would need to be either very brave or very much in love to consider such a risk." They had paused across the street from the house, ostensibly examining a brass plaque that announced a physician's consulting rooms on the ground floor of the adjacent building. In reality, they were watching number 47 with the focused attention that appeared casual only to those who did not know Holmes's methods. The door of the house opened, and a woman emerged. "Not Margaret Winters," Holmes murmured, "but the cook, identifiable by her age and the basket she carried, clearly bound for some late afternoon errand." She was followed moments later by a younger woman, slender and neat in the dark dress and white apron of a lady's maid. Her hair was a warm brown, pinned carefully beneath a modest bonnet, and her face, glimpsed in profile as she descended the steps, was pleasant without being remarkable. Regular features, a thoughtful expression, the demeanour of someone accustomed to moving through the world with careful attention to propriety. Watson felt his breath catch slightly. There was something in her bearing, a quality of quiet dignity mixed with alertness, that suggested intelligence and character. She was not the ethereal beauty of romantic novels, but there was a realness to her, a substance that made Timothy Ashford's devotion suddenly comprehensible. Holmes made a small sound of satisfaction. "Come, Watson, we shall follow at a discreet distance. I wish to observe her Sunday habits." "Holmes, this is beginning to feel rather like surveillance." "It is precisely surveillance, which is why we are being discreet about it. I am not satisfied with surface observations in this matter. I wish to understand whether Miss Winters is simply a pleasant young woman going about her duties, or whether there is evidence that she shares Ashford's inclinations." They followed the two women through the Sunday quiet streets, maintaining a careful distance that would not attract notice. The cook and the maid walked together but separately, their body language suggesting the distance between ranks even within service. The cook, older and more senior, setting the pace and direction, the younger woman following slightly behind, her hands folded, her posture perfect. Their destination proved to be the post office, a substantial building that maintained limited hours on Sunday for the convenience of those who could not visit during the week. The women entered, and Holmes positioned himself and Watson near a newsagent's shop across the street, where they could observe without appearing to loiter. "Notice," Holmes murmured, "that Miss Winters carries something in her reticule, a small package or perhaps letters. She's glancing at it periodically, that quick look that suggests both anticipation and anxiety. Whatever she intends to post is of personal importance to her." Watson squinted but could see nothing so detailed at this distance. He had long since accepted that Holmes possessed vision sharpened by training and obsessive attention to detail that exceeded normal human capacity. "You cannot possibly see what she carries. I can see the shape of her reticule, which bulges slightly on the left side. I can see the way her hand occasionally touches that bulge, a gesture of reassurance. I can observe the tension in her shoulders and the particular set of her jaw that indicates someone steeling themselves to complete a task they find emotionally charged. The rest is merely a reasonable deduction." The women emerged from the post office after perhaps 10 minutes, the cook appearing satisfied, Miss Winters looking both relieved and troubled. Her hand went to her reticule again, then dropped quickly, as if she had caught herself in an unconscious gesture. The two women retraced their steps toward Wimpole Street, their Sunday errand completed. Holmes, however, moved toward the post office entrance with a sudden decision. "Wait here, Watson. I shall be but for a moment." He disappeared inside before Watson could protest, leaving the doctor standing on the pavement feeling somewhat foolish and wondering what exactly his friend intended. The minutes stretched, marked by the distant chiming of church bells and the occasional passage of a hansom cab carrying people to mysterious Sunday destinations. Watson occupied himself by examining the newsagent's window display, which featured periodicals, tobacco products and postcards depicting London landmarks in improbable technicolor. Holmes emerged looking thoughtful, his eyes holding that particular gleam that meant he had discovered something interesting. He said nothing until they had walked a full street away from the post office, turning onto a quiet residential lane where their conversation would not be overheard. "Well?" Watson prompted. "Miss Margaret Winters posted 2 items this afternoon," Holmes said, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "One was a letter addressed to her mother in Hertfordshire. I observed the address on the envelope while she stood at the counter. The postmaster is an acquaintance from a previous case, and was willing to indulge my curiosity regarding the second item, which was a letter addressed to Mr. Timothy Ashford, care of general delivery at the Central Post Office. She did not send it to Pemberton's shop, Watson, where it might be seen by his employer and create awkward questions. She sent it to general delivery, where he would need to call for it personally, suggesting she has some means of informing him that correspondence awaits his collection." Watson felt a smile spreading across his face. So she does return his affections. At the very least, she is in communication with him. Whether her sentiments match the intensity of his remains to be determined, but the fact that she is maintaining a secret correspondence suggests feelings beyond casual acquaintance. The question is whether either of them possesses the courage to transform secret letters into something more substantial. They had begun walking back toward Baker Street, their investigation apparently concluded, though Watson suspected his friend's mind was still turning over the details like a jeweller examining a gemstone from multiple angles. The afternoon was advancing toward evening, the light taking on that golden quality peculiar to autumn, and the clouds that had been gathering earlier now covered perhaps half the sky, their edges gilded by the westering sun. "What will you do with this information?" Watson asked. Holmes was quiet for several paces, his stick tapping against the pavement in rhythm with their steps. "Nothing directly. This is not a case in the traditional sense, Watson. There is no crime to solve, no villain to unmask. There is merely a young man struggling with feelings he cannot properly express, and a young woman who appears to reciprocate those feelings despite the obstacles their respective positions create. What they do with their situation is their concern, not mine. And yet you devoted your afternoon to investigating it." "I devoted my afternoon to combating boredom and indulging my curiosity about human nature. The two are not mutually exclusive. Besides, the investigation proved interesting in its way. A small mystery with clear patterns, observable evidence, and a resolution that requires no intervention on my part. Rather refreshing, actually, compared to the usual murders and international conspiracies. They turned onto Baker Street as the church bell struck 3 o'clock, marking the slow progression of Sunday afternoon toward evening. The street was empty save for a single hansom cab waiting at the far end, and an elderly gentleman walking a dog that appeared to be pulling him along rather than the reverse. The familiar sight of 221B came into view, its windows glowing with the warm light of the sitting-room fire that Mrs. Hudson would have built up in their absence. "I suppose," Watson said as they approached their door, "that we should return Mrs. Hudson's duplicate receipt and inform her that the mystery of her missing bill has been solved." "Indeed, though I think we might edit the full details of our investigation. She need only know that her receipt was temporarily misplaced during delivery, has been recovered, and that young Ashford has been appropriately cautioned about greater care in his handling of customer documents. You're protecting him. I'm avoiding unnecessary complications. There is a difference." But Watson saw the slight smile tugging at the corners of Holmes's mouth, and knew that his friend, despite all protestations to the contrary, had been moved by the young shop assistant's predicament, and had chosen, in his peculiar way, to help rather than expose. They climbed the 17 steps to their flat, the familiar creak of the stairs welcoming them home, and Watson reflected that perhaps boring Sundays at Baker Street were not quite so boring after all, provided one had Sherlock Holmes to transform missing grocery receipts into windows onto the hidden dramas of human hearts. The sitting room at 221B welcomed them with the comfortable embrace of familiar surroundings, the fire crackling steadily in the grate, the scattered newspapers still draped across Watson's chair like the molted skin of some literary creature, the faint chemical smell that no amount of airing could entirely eliminate. Holmes moved immediately to his favourite position by the window, though the view had grown less interesting as the afternoon shadows lengthened, and the street below settled into its Sunday evening torpor. Watson removed his coat and hung it on the stand by the door, then paused, listening. From below came the sound of Mrs. Hudson moving about her kitchen, accompanied by the clatter of pots and the rush of water that suggested preparations for the evening meal. The domestic sounds were soothing in their ordinariness, a reminder that beneath the grand mysteries and dramatic cases that filled their lives, there existed a foundation of routine comfort, meals prepared, fires tended, floors swept, the endless small labours that kept the machinery of daily life functioning. "I shall return her receipt," Watson said, retrieving the folded paper from where Holmes had placed it on the mantelpiece. "She'll be wanting it for her accounts, and the sooner we conclude this business, the sooner you can stop pretending you weren't thoroughly engaged by the entire affair." Holmes made a dismissive gesture without turning from the window. "I was merely occupying myself with the materials at hand, Watson. Do not mistake necessity for enthusiasm." "Of course not, and I'm sure the detailed surveillance of Miss Winters was purely incidental to your boredom." "Purely." Watson descended the stairs with a smile playing about his lips, finding a deep satisfaction in having witnessed his friend's essential humanity, breaking through the carefully constructed facade of pure rationality. For all Holmes's protestations about being a reasoning machine, for all his claims to view human emotion as mere data to be analysed, the detective possessed a capacity for sympathy that he seemed determined to deny even to himself. Mrs. Hudson's kitchen was warm and fragrant with the scent of roasting meat. A small joint of beef, Watson noted, turning golden brown in the oven, accompanied by potatoes and what appeared to be carrots. The landlady stood at her work table, rolling out pastry with the efficient movements of long practice, her sleeves rolled up and a dusting of flour on her apron. She looked up as Watson entered, her expression shifting from concentration to curiosity. "Dr. Watson, I hope everything is well. Mr. Holmes didn't discover some terrible conspiracy involving my grocery bill?" Her tone was light, but Watson detected genuine concern beneath the humour. "Nothing so dramatic, I assure you," Watson said, placing the duplicate receipt on the corner of her work table, where it would not be sullied by flour. "The original was misplaced during delivery, but young Mr. Ashford has prepared this duplicate for your records. All the details are correct. Holmes verified them personally against Pemberton's account book." Mrs. Hudson wiped her hands on her apron and picked up the receipt, examining it with the careful attention of someone who took household management seriously. "Well, that's a relief. I was beginning to think I'd gone daft misplacing things, though I still don't understand how it went missing in the first place." Watson hesitated, weighing how much to reveal. The young man was distracted during the delivery. He made an error and attempted to correct it, but in doing so, temporarily displaced your original receipt. It's been sorted now, and I don't believe you'll have any further difficulties with his service. Distracted, was he? Mrs. Hudson's eyes sharpened with the particular interest that women showed when matters of the heart might be involved. That boy has been walking around like he's in a dream for weeks now. I've seen that look before. He's fallen for someone, hasn't he? Some girl caught his fancy and scrambled his wits. Watson found himself simultaneously amused and impressed by her perception. I couldn't possibly comment on Mr. Ashford's personal affairs, Mrs. Hudson, but I will say that Holmes believes the young man to be fundamentally honest and diligent, despite whatever temporary distractions may have affected his work. High praise indeed, coming from Mr. Holmes, Mrs. Hudson said, returning to her pastry with renewed vigour. He doesn't often speak well of people unless they've committed a particularly clever murder or stolen something impossible. For him to defend a shop assistant's character suggests the boy made quite an impression. She worked in silence for a moment, her rolling pin moving with practised rhythm across the dough, transforming an uneven lump into a smooth circular sheet. Watson watched, finding something meditative in the domestic task, the simple transformation of raw ingredients into something greater than the sum of their parts. I hope he's careful, whoever the girl is, Mrs. Hudson said finally, her voice softer. It's hard enough making a living in this city without adding heartbreak to the burden, though I suppose love doesn't care much about practicality or proper timing. It arrives when it will and makes fools of us all, rich and poor alike. Spoken with the wisdom of experience, Watson observed. Mrs. Hudson smiled, though there was something wistful in the expression. I was young once myself, Doctor, though Mr. Hudson would say I'm still young enough to cause him trouble. But yes, I remember what it was to have one's heart pulled in directions that sense and reason argued against. I was in service myself before I married, lady's maid to a household in Mayfair, and I knew what it was to have to watch every word, every gesture, lest some innocent action be misconstrued as improper. This was a revelation. Watson had known Mrs. Hudson for years, had enjoyed countless meals prepared by her capable hands, had benefited from her tolerance of Holmes's eccentricities and his own irregular hours, but he had never thought to inquire about her past, her life before she became the landlady of 221B Baker Street. You were a lady's maid? He asked, genuinely interested. For 5 years, from the age of 17 to 22. Good position, respectable household, strict but fair mistress. I learned a great deal about managing a household, about quality and standards, about the ways of the world beyond my small village in Dorset. And I learned about the peculiar loneliness of service, surrounded by people yet always separate, always watching from the margins of other people's lives. She had finished rolling the pastry and was now lining a pie dish with practised efficiency, her hands moving with the unconscious grace of frequent repetition. Mr. Hudson was a baker's delivery man. He brought bread to our household twice weekly, and he always had a kind word, always treated me like a person rather than just another servant. Small kindnesses, Dr. Watson, but they meant the world. When he asked if I might walk out with him on my half-day, I knew I was risking my position. My mistress would not have approved of her lady's maid courting a tradesman, but I said yes anyway, because some risks are worth taking. Watson felt a surge of warmth toward this woman who had been a fixture of his life for so long, yet remained in so many ways unknown to him. And you married him despite the obstacles? I did. Left service, married my baker, and spent 15 happy years with him before the cholera took him in 79. Then I took what he'd left me and bought this house, turned it into lodgings, and made a new life for myself. Not the life I'd imagined as a girl, but a good life nonetheless. And if a certain consulting detective and his loyal physician make that life occasionally chaotic, well, she smiled, at least it's never boring. I'm glad to hear it, Watson said, touched by her story. And I think your advice about being careful is sound, though I suspect young Mr. Ashford is learning that lesson even as we speak. Mrs. Hudson had begun filling the pastry-lined dish with sliced apples mixed with sugar and spices, the sweet scent rising to blend with the savoury aroma of roasting beef. Will you and Mr. Holmes be dining this evening? I've plenty, and I'll not have you going hungry on a Sunday just because neither of you can be bothered to think about meals when you're caught up in one of your cases. We would be delighted, Watson assured her, though I must warn, You that Holmes is in one of his peculiar moods, energised by having solved a mystery yet oddly melancholy about its resolution. He may not be the most entertaining dinner companion. "When is he ever?" Mrs. Hudson replied with affectionate exasperation. "But I'll set places for you both at 7 o'clock, and I expect you to see that he eats something, even if you have to stand over him like a governess with a recalcitrant child." Watson promised to do his best and returned upstairs to find Holmes exactly where he had left him, still standing by the window, though the view had grown dark enough that Watson suspected his friend was staring at his own reflection in the glass rather than the street beyond. The sitting room had grown dim with the fading light, the fire providing the primary illumination, casting dancing shadows that gave the familiar space an almost otherworldly quality. "Mrs. Hudson invites us to dine at 7, Watson announced, moving to light the gas lamps that would restore the room to its usual clarity. "She's preparing beef and what I believe will be an excellent apple pie." Holmes responded non-committally. Watson lit the lamps, and the room sprang into sharp relief, the clutter of their shared existence suddenly visible in all its chaotic detail. Books piled on every surface, chemical apparatus occupying space meant for decoration, tobacco ash scattered across the hearth like grey snow, the violin case leaning against the wall in a way that suggested it had been placed there hastily and never properly stored. He settled into his chair and picked up the abandoned newspaper, though he had no real interest in reading it. Instead, he found himself thinking about Mrs. Hudson's story, about the courage it must have taken to choose love over security, to walk away from a respectable position for the uncertain prospect of happiness with a baker's delivery man. And he thought about Timothy Ashford and Margaret Winters, standing at that same precipice, trying to decide whether the risk was worth the potential reward. "You're thinking about them," Holmes said, not turning from the window. "About whom?" "Our young lovers, the shop assistant and the lady's maid. You're wondering whether they'll have the courage to pursue their connection, or whether they'll allow circumstances to dictate the boundaries of their affection." Watson set down his newspaper. "Since you've already deduced my thoughts, perhaps you'd care to share your own predictions on the matter?" Holmes finally turned from the window, moving to his chair and dropping into it with that peculiar combination of grace and carelessness that characterized his movements when his mind was engaged. He reached for his pipe, filling it with tobacco from the Persian slipper where he kept his supply, a storage method that Mrs. Hudson had long since ceased to protest. "I predict," Holmes said, lighting his pipe and drawing deeply before continuing, "that they will attempt a cautious courtship. Miss Winter's willingness to maintain secret correspondence suggests she possesses both courage and discretion. Ashford has been given tacit permission to use writing materials for personal purposes, which provides him the means to continue their exchange. They will write to each other carefully, using the general delivery system to avoid detection. The correspondence will sustain them for a time. And then?" Holmes exhaled a stream of smoke that rose toward the ceiling in lazy spirals. "And then they will reach the point where letters are insufficient, where the written word cannot satisfy the need for actual presence, actual conversation, actual touch. At that juncture, they will face a choice to risk everything by attempting to transform their secret connection into something public and legitimate, or to accept that their affection, however genuine, cannot overcome the structural obstacles that society has placed in their path. You're not optimistic about their chances. I am realistic about their chances, Watson. Optimism and pessimism are emotional responses to uncertainty. I prefer to analyse the available data and make reasoned predictions. The data suggests that while romantic love is a powerful motivating force, economic necessity and social pressure are equally powerful constraining forces. Ashford earns perhaps 15 shillings a week as a shop assistant. Miss Winters, as a lady's maid to a respectable household, likely earns a similar amount plus room and board. Combined, they might be able to afford modest lodgings and basic provisions, but only if both maintain their positions, and only if neither encounters unexpected expense or illness. Watson listened to this dispassionate analysis with a mixture of appreciation for Holmes's clarity and frustration at his friend's refusal to acknowledge the less quantifiable aspects of human experience. "And what of happiness, Holmes? What value do you assign to the prospect of spending one's life with someone who sees you, truly sees you, in a way that others do not?" Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his pipe glowing in the dimness like a small beacon. When he spoke, His voice carried a note of something Watson had rarely heard there. Not quite loneliness, but perhaps recognition of it. Acknowledgement of a dimension of human experience that remained foreign to his own nature. I assign it considerable value, Watson. I am not so removed from humanity that I cannot recognize the significance of genuine connection. But I also recognize that in this world, in this city, in this particular moment of history, such connections often demand sacrifices that not everyone can afford to make. Ashford would need to find better employment to support a wife. Miss Winters would need to leave her position, as married women are not kept on as ladies' maids. They would need references, housing, and the resilience to weather disapproval from those who believe they have stepped beyond. Their proper stations. All true, and yet people make such choices every day. They do, and many of them suffer for it. Poverty, social isolation, regret. I have seen the wreckage of romantic decisions made in the heat of passion, without proper consideration of practical realities. I have also seen, he paused, instances where courage and commitment have overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The question is not whether such success is possible, but whether these two particular individuals possess the necessary qualities to achieve it. Watson rose from his chair and moved to stand by the fire, warming his hands against the evening chill that was beginning to seep through the windows despite the room's comfortable temperature. Outside, the last light had faded from the sky, leaving London draped in darkness punctuated by the warm glow of gas lamps and lighted windows. Thousands upon thousands of small illuminated spaces, each containing its own drama, its own joys and sorrows, its own mysteries, both grand and trivial. "I choose to believe they do," Watson said finally. "I choose to believe that Timothy Ashford, who composes love letters on the backs of grocery receipts despite knowing the risk, and Margaret Winters, who maintains secret correspondence at the potential cost of her position, possess exactly the kind of courage and commitment necessary to build something lasting. Perhaps I'm being naively optimistic, but I've found that the world provides sufficient darkness without my contributing to it through excessive cynicism." Holmes smiled, a genuine expression of warmth that transformed his usually austere features. "And that, Watson, is precisely why you are an excellent counterbalance to my own tendencies. You remind me that human beings are capable of exceeding the rational predictions made about their behaviour, that the heart sometimes possesses wisdom that the head cannot access. I find it simultaneously exasperating and essential." Before Watson could respond, the sound of footsteps on the stairs announced Mrs. Hudson's arrival. She appeared in the doorway bearing a tray laden with their dinner. Plates of roast beef surrounded by perfectly browned potatoes and carrots, a small tureen of rich gravy, fresh bread still warm from the oven, and butter in a covered dish. "Dinner is served, gentlemen," she announced, setting the tray on the cluttered table, after pushing aside chemical apparatus and scattered papers with the practiced efficiency of someone who had long since accepted that normal domestic standards did not apply to 221B Baker Street. "And I'll bring up the pie once you've finished the main course. Mind you eat everything. I'll not have either of you wasting good food." She departed before either could thank her, her footsteps descending the stairs with the brisk rhythm of someone who had many tasks yet to complete before the day ended. Holmes and Watson moved to the table, arranging themselves on either side, and serving the meal with the comfortable lack of ceremony that characterized their domestic arrangements. They ate in companionable silence for several minutes, the only sounds the clink of cutlery against china and the continued crackling of the fire. The beef was tender and flavourful, the vegetables cooked to perfection, the bread crusty on the outside and soft within, all evidence of Mrs. Hudson's considerable skill and her quiet care for her sometimes difficult tenants. "Watson," Holmes said finally, setting down his fork with unusual deliberation, "do you ever regret the choices you've made, the paths not taken?" The question was so unlike Holmes, so uncharacteristically introspective, that Watson paused mid-bite and studied his friend's face. "Occasionally. I sometimes wonder what my life would have been had I remained in the Army Medical Service, or had I established a more conventional practice rather than attaching myself to your irregular career, but regret seems unproductive. The choices we make shape who we become, and I find myself generally satisfied with the man I have become, even if the journey here has been unconventional." Holmes nodded slowly. "I find myself thinking about Ashford's dilemma, and recognizing in it a choice I never had to make. My path has always been singular, driven by capabilities and inclinations that left little room for alternative considerations. I've never had to choose between the work that defines me and a connection that might redefine me. Whether that represents freedom or limitation, I cannot say. Watson felt a wave of compassion for his friend, this brilliant, difficult man who had traded so much of what most people considered essential to human happiness for the pursuit of intellectual challenges and the satisfaction of solving impossible puzzles. Perhaps it represents simply being true to your nature, Holmes. We cannot all be romantics, just as we cannot all be rationalists. The world requires both. Perhaps, though I confess that observing today's small drama has left me with an unusual sense of incompleteness, as if witnessing their struggle has highlighted an absence in my own experience that I had not previously noticed or chose not to notice. Before Watson could respond to this remarkable admission, they heard the sound of running footsteps on the stairs, urgent, irregular, the rhythm of someone in considerable haste. Both men looked toward the door as it burst open to reveal Timothy Ashford, dishevelled and breathless, his face flushed with exertion and his eyes wide with a mixture of hope and desperation. "Mr. Holmes," the young man gasped, pressing one hand to his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. "I'm sorry to intrude, but I need your help. She's written to me. Margaret has written, and I don't know what to do. I don't know how to respond. Please, sir, I know it's presumptuous, but you understood before, and I have nowhere else to turn." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances, and Watson saw in his friend's eyes a glimmer of the same engagement that had animated him throughout this strange Sunday. A boring day transformed into something more significant by the simple presence of human hearts struggling against circumstance. "Come in, Mr. Ashford," Holmes said, gesturing to a chair. "Sit down, catch your breath, and show me this letter. It appears our investigation is not yet concluded after all." Timothy Ashford stumbled into the room with the graceless urgency of someone who had run a considerable distance without pausing to consider how he might appear upon arrival. His coat was askew, his cravat loosened, and his hair, previously so carefully combed, now stood at angles that suggested he'd run his hands through it repeatedly during whatever crisis had driven him to seek Holmes's counsel. He clutched a letter in one trembling hand, the paper slightly crumpled from his grip, and his chest heaved as he struggled to regulate his breathing. Watson rose immediately, his medical instincts overriding the disruption to their meal. "Sit down, Mr. Ashford, before you collapse. When did you last eat?" The young man lowered himself into the offered chair with the mechanical compliance of someone operating on pure nervous energy. "This morning, I think. I haven't thought about food since I received it." He gestured helplessly at the letter. "Mrs. Hudson will have something sent up," Watson said firmly, moving toward the door. "You're no good to anyone if you faint from hunger and exhaustion." Holmes, meanwhile, had abandoned his dinner and now stood before Timothy with his hand extended, his entire bearing transformed from the contemplative melancholy of moments before to sharp, focused attention. "The letter, if you please, and while I examine it, you will tell us exactly what has transpired since we left you at Pemberton's shop this afternoon." Timothy handed over the letter with the reluctance of someone parting with something precious, watching as Holmes unfolded it with his characteristic delicacy. The detective moved to stand beneath the gas lamp, tilting the paper to catch the light, his grey eyes moving rapidly across the lines of neat feminine handwriting that covered the page. Watson descended the stairs briefly to request additional food from Mrs. Hudson, who received the news of their unexpected visitor with the resigned equanimity of someone long accustomed to the irregular nature of life at 221B. He returned to find Timothy sitting hunched forward in his chair, hands clasped between his knees, staring at the floor with the expression of someone who had ventured beyond his depth and was desperately hoping for rescue. Holmes remained standing, still reading, his expression unreadable. The fire crackled, sending up a shower of sparks, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell struck the half-hour, 7:30 on a Sunday evening, that had become considerably less boring than anyone might have predicted. "She writes well," Holmes observed finally, his tone neutral. "Educated hand, careful composition, thoughtful phrasing. She begins by acknowledging the impropriety of maintaining correspondence with you, but suggests that propriety seems less important than honesty, when one's feelings have reached a point where silence becomes its own form of dishonesty. Interesting approach. She establishes the transgressive nature of the communication, while simultaneously arguing for its necessity." Timothy looked up, his face a mixture of hope and anguish. She says she's been aware of my regard for some time, that she's noticed the way I look at her when she comes into the shop, the extra care I take in selecting the best vegetables and the freshest eggs for her mistress's household. She says, his voice broke slightly, she says she has found herself thinking of me at odd moments, and that this troubles her greatly because she knows nothing can come of it. Holmes moved to his chair and settled into it, the letter still in his hand, his eyes now fixed on Timothy rather than the paper. And yet she wrote to you nonetheless. That suggests her feelings have overcome her practical judgment, which is both encouraging and concerning. What troubles you is not her admission of affection, but her conclusion that nothing can come of it. You wish to argue against her pessimism, but you lack the evidence to make a convincing case. Yes, Timothy whispered, exactly yes. I want to write back and tell her that we can find a way, that love is enough, that we can overcome the obstacles. But I know in my rational mind that I cannot support a wife on 15 shillings a week, that she would have to leave her position if we married, that we would be starting our life together with nothing but our affection and the dubious charity of a world that punishes those who dare to reach beyond their station. Watson returned fully into the room, pulling a chair closer to where Timothy sat so he could observe the young man's condition properly. The runner's flush had faded from his cheeks, leaving him pale and exhausted-looking, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he had not slept well in some time. The toll of sustained emotional turmoil was written clearly in his features, the price of loving someone while being acutely aware of all the reasons such love was impractical. "Tell us what happened after we left you this afternoon," Watson said gently. "Take your time and give us the full sequence of events." Timothy drew a shaky breath and began. "After you left, I finished my shift at the shop. Mr. Pemberton was in good spirits. Your suggestion about providing me with writing materials pleased him, I think. Made him feel like a benevolent employer, which he is, truly. At 6 o'clock I closed up and walked to the central post office to see if there was anything for me at general delivery. I've been checking daily since Margaret and I began. Our correspondence, though letters come only once or twice a week." He paused, his hands twisting together in his lap. The clerk handed me an envelope, and I recognised her writing immediately. I couldn't wait. I found a quiet corner of the post office and read it standing there. And with each line I felt my heart rising and breaking simultaneously. She confessed feelings I had hoped for but hardly dared to believe. Yet she also explained with perfect clarity why those feelings could lead nowhere. She was kind, Mr. Holmes, so very kind in her honesty. She said she valued my regard, that knowing I thought of her warmly brought her comfort during difficult days, but that we must both accept the limitations that circumstances impose upon us. "And you found this unacceptable," Holmes said, not unkindly. "I found it unendurable," Timothy corrected, his voice strengthening with emotion. "To have come so close to happiness, to know that the person I admire most in this world returns some measure of my feeling, and then to be told we must simply accept defeat without even attempting to fight, it seems like cowardice. But I don't know how to fight. I don't know what arguments to make or what solutions to propose. I only know that I cannot simply write back and say, 'Yes, you're right, our situation is hopeless. I shall content myself with having been noticed.' I can't do that, Mr. Holmes. I can't." The desperation in his voice was raw and genuine, the cry of a young man confronting perhaps his first real heartbreak and finding himself unprepared for the intensity of the pain. Watson felt his own chest tighten in sympathy, remembering his own youthful struggles with affection, the particular anguish of loving someone while being uncertain of one's ability to offer them a proper life. Mrs. Hudson appeared at the door bearing a tray with cold chicken, bread, cheese and a pot of hot tea. She took in the scene, the distressed young man, Holmes with his calculating expression, Watson's concerned attention, and said nothing, simply setting the tray on the table and departing with a meaningful look at Watson that clearly communicated her expectation that someone would ensure their visitor actually consumed the food. Watson poured tea and pressed a cup into Timothy's hands. "Drink this first, then eat something. We cannot help you think clearly if you're running on empty reserves." Timothy obeyed mechanically, sipping the hot tea and gradually accepting the food that Watson continued to press upon him. Holmes remained silent during this process, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes half closed in that attitude of deep thought that Watson had learned meant his friend's extraordinary mental machinery was processing information at remarkable speed. The room settled into a contemplative quiet broken only by the sounds of Timothy eating, the fire's crackle, and the distant noises of London's Sunday evening, carriages passing on Baker Street, voices calling goodbyes, the city slowly winding down from its day of rest into the deeper quiet of night. The gas lamps hissed softly, painting everything in warm golden tones that softened the edges of furniture and faces, making the cluttered sitting room feel almost cosy despite the emotional intensity of the moment. Finally, Holmes opened his eyes and fixed Timothy with a direct gaze. "I'm going to tell you something that may surprise you, Mr. Ashford. I believe your situation, while difficult, is not hopeless. But the solution requires both patience and strategic thinking, neither of which comes naturally when one is in the grip of strong emotion. You must be willing to think beyond the immediate desire for resolution and consider a longer-term approach." Timothy set down his teacup with trembling hands. "I'm listening, sir. I'll do whatever you suggest." "First, you must understand the real obstacles you face. The primary issue is not social disapproval, though that exists. The primary issue is economic sustainability. You need to increase your earning capacity significantly before you can reasonably propose marriage to Miss Winters. 15 shillings a week will not support two people, particularly once children arrive, as they inevitably do." Holmes rose and began to pace, his long strides carrying him from fireplace to window and back again, his mind clearly organising the problem into manageable components. "You were trained as a clerk by your father. You possess education, neat handwriting, and the ability to manage accounts. You are currently employed in a position that does not utilise your full capabilities because circumstances forced you to accept the first available opportunity. This must change." "But how?" Timothy asked, his voice carrying a note of hopelessness. "I have no connections, no references beyond Mr. Pemberton, who knows me only as a shop assistant. What firm would hire me for clerical work based on my current position?" "Several might, if the recommendation came from the right source," Holmes said, stopping his pacing to look directly at Timothy. "I maintain connections with various businesses and government offices through my detective work. Watson's brother-in-law manages accounts for a shipping firm. Mrs. Hudson has a nephew in the civil service. Between us we can generate inquiries on your behalf, feel out opportunities, perhaps secure you an interview or two. But you must be patient. Such things take time, and you cannot simply abandon Mr. Pemberton without proper notice and replacement. He has been good to you, and you owe him loyalty." Watson leaned forward, catching the thread of Holmes's thinking. "You're suggesting Timothy work toward better employment, while maintaining his correspondence with Miss Winters, allowing the relationship to develop gradually while his circumstances improve?" "Precisely. Romance need not be rushed, Watson. Indeed, the relationships that endure are often those that develop slowly, building foundations of genuine knowledge and respect before the structure of marriage is erected upon them. Mr. Ashford and Miss Winters are conducting a courtship through letters, an entirely respectable Victorian tradition, I might add. Let them continue this for 6 months, perhaps a year, while Timothy pursues better employment and demonstrates his capacity for patient, sustained effort toward a goal." Holmes resumed his seat, his expression thoughtful. During this period, Timothy should be honest with Miss Winters about his intentions and his plans. He should explain that he is actively working to improve his circumstances, that he understands her concerns about economic stability, and that he is asking not for immediate commitment but for her patience, while he proves himself capable of providing properly for a wife. This approach demonstrates maturity, responsibility, and respect for her legitimate concerns, qualities that any woman of sense would value. Timothy's expression had transformed during this speech, hope gradually replacing despair like dawn breaking over a dark landscape. "Do you truly think she might wait? That she might be willing to maintain our correspondence while I work toward a better position?" "I think," Holmes said carefully, "that a woman who writes to declare her affection despite believing the situation hopeless is a woman whose feelings run deep enough to sustain some patience. But you must give her reason to hope, Mr. Ashford. You must present a credible plan, not vague promises. You must show her that you are taking concrete steps to change your circumstances." Watson stood and moved to the desk, withdrawing paper and pen. "Write to her tonight, while Holmes's advice is fresh in your mind. Be honest about your feelings, but also about your recognition of the practical obstacles. Outline your intention to seek better employment and your request that she maintain correspondence with you during this process. Give her the agency to choose whether she wishes to wait or whether she would prefer to end the connection now. Respect her autonomy even as you make your case. And send her this, Holmes added, reaching into his pocket and withdrawing a card. His own business card, crisp and clean, with his name and address printed in elegant type. Tell her that should she ever need assistance, should her situation become difficult, or should she require a reference or intervention, she may contact me. It is a small gesture, but it provides her a safety net, evidence that you're not asking her to walk this uncertain path entirely alone. Timothy took the card with something approaching reverence, staring at it as if it were a talisman rather than simply a piece of printed cardstock. Mr. Holmes, I don't know how to thank you. I came here desperate, expecting at best some sympathy, and you've given me hope, a path forward, the possibility of a future I thought had been closed to me. Thank me by following through, Holmes said briskly, though Watson detected a note of warmth beneath the brusqueness. Thank me for being patient when every instinct screams for immediate action. Thank me by working diligently toward your goal and by treating Miss Winters with the respect and honesty she deserves. Those are the only thanks I require. Watson had been writing while Holmes spoke, and now he handed Timothy several sheets of quality paper and an envelope. Take these for your letter, and take your time composing it. You need not rush. Consider what you wish to say, how you wish to say it, and write with both heart and head engaged. The young man accepted the paper with hands that had steadied considerably since his panicked arrival. He looked between Holmes and Watson, his eyes bright with unshed tears, not of despair now, but of gratitude and renewed hope. I don't understand why you're helping me. I'm no one. Nothing, just a shop assistant who fell in love with someone beyond his reach. Why would men like you, famous, accomplished men, spend your Sunday evening solving my small problems? Holmes was silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. When he spoke, his voice carried an unusual gentleness. Because, Mr. Ashford, I have spent my life solving problems that others deem too difficult or too impossible. I have unravelled conspiracies that threatened nations, caught murderers who seemed uncatchable, recovered treasures that were believed lost forever. But all those grand cases, all those dramatic solutions, are merely intellectual exercises compared to the fundamental human challenge of building a life with someone you love despite the obstacles society places in your path. If I can apply my capabilities toward helping you overcome those obstacles, then perhaps my talents serve some purpose beyond mere entertainment and justice. It was, Watson reflected, perhaps the most personal statement he had ever heard his friend make about the meaning and purpose of his work. Holmes, who claimed to care nothing for humanity in the abstract, revealed in this moment that he cared deeply about humans in the specific, about this particular young man with his ink-stained fingers and his impossible love, about the fundamental human right to pursue happiness even when circumstances conspired against it. Timothy rose from his chair, the letter clutched carefully in one hand, Holmes's card in the other, his posture transformed from the hunched desperation of his arrival to something approaching confidence. I will follow your advice, Mr. Holmes, every word of it, and whether or not Miss Winters chooses to wait, whether or not I succeed in finding better employment, I will always remember this evening. I will remember that when I had nowhere else to turn, when I thought my situation was hopeless, two gentlemen gave me their time and their wisdom and their compassion. That is not a small thing, sirs. That is everything. Watson walked him to the door, pressing upon him the remainder of the cold chicken wrapped in paper. Sustenance for the journey home and for the long night of letter-writing ahead. Send a word if you need anything else, Watson said quietly. Holmes is right that this will take time, but you're not alone in it. Remember that. Timothy nodded, unable to speak past the emotion constricting his throat, and descended the 17 steps to Baker Street. Watson watched from the landing until the young man had disappeared into the evening fog, then returned to the sitting room to find Holmes standing once more at the window, gazing out at the darkened street. That was well done, Holmes, Watson said softly. It was decent, Watson. There is a difference. Anyone with basic reasoning capacity could have outlined the same approach. I merely articulated what should be obvious, that intractable problems often become manageable when broken into smaller components and addressed systematically. You gave him more than strategy. You gave him hope. Holmes turned from the window and in the lamplight, His sharp features had softened into something almost vulnerable. "Hope is dangerous, Watson. It makes people believe in possibilities that may never materialize. But I confess that in this case, I find myself hoping as well. Hoping that young Ashford finds his better position, that Miss Winters proves patient, that they somehow manage to build the life they both want despite all the reasons it should be impossible. Foolish, perhaps, but there it is." Watson moved to stand beside his friend, both of them gazing out at Baker Street, at the fog-shrouded lamps and the occasional passing figure, at the vast city beyond that contained so many stories, so many private dramas unfolding in lighted windows and darkened alleys. "You said earlier that you had never had to choose between your work and a connection that might redefine you," Watson said carefully. "But you do make choices, Holmes. You choose whom to help, how to help them, what cases to take, and what causes to serve. Tonight, you chose to spend your evening counselling a lovesick shop assistant instead of dismissing him as a distraction from more important matters. That was a choice that reveals character, whether or not you wish to acknowledge it." Holmes was quiet for a long moment. "Perhaps. Or perhaps I am simply incapable of resisting a puzzle, even when that puzzle takes the form of human hearts, rather than locked rooms and stolen jewels. The mystery of how two people might build a life together despite overwhelming obstacles, that is as complex as any case Scotland Yard has brought to my door. And far more important, I would argue." "You would argue that, Watson. You're incorrigibly sentimental. But tonight," Holmes smiled slightly, "tonight I find I do not mind your sentimentality. Indeed, I find it has infected me somewhat, leaving me with a peculiar sensation of caring about whether our young lovers triumph over circumstance, most irregular." They stood together in companionable silence as the evening deepened into night, as the church bell struck 9 o'clock, as Baker Street settled into the profound quiet that would last until Monday morning's bustle. The fire had burned low, painting the room in amber and shadow, and somewhere below Mrs. Hudson was clearing away the dinner things, humming softly to herself as she went about the eternal work of maintaining order in a household that seemed determined to generate chaos. Watson thought about the day that was ending, a boring Sunday at Baker Street that had proven anything but boring, that had begun with Holmes declaring the day a crime-free disappointment and ended with a detective providing counsel to a young man in love, a day that had encompassed a missing grocery bill, a love letter hidden behind a flower bin, surveillance of a lady's maid posting correspondence, and finally this evening scene of mentorship and hope. "Holmes," Watson said finally, breaking the comfortable silence, "do you think they'll succeed? Truly?" Holmes considered the question with his usual thoroughness, weighing factors and calculating probabilities. "I think," he said at last, "that they have a better chance than most. Timothy Ashford possesses the fundamental qualities that lead to success: intelligence, determination, and the capacity to delay gratification in service of a larger goal. Margaret Winters, if her letter is any indication, shares these qualities. If they can maintain their connection through the difficult months ahead, if Timothy can secure better employment, if Miss Winters' household does not relocate or her mistress does not discover the correspondence." He paused. "There are many variables, Watson, many opportunities for failure, but also possibilities for success. I would estimate their chances at perhaps 1 in 3, which is far better than the 0% chance they had before seeking counsel." 1 in 3, Watson repeated. "Those are better odds than many of your cases have presented." "Indeed, and I have solved those cases nonetheless. Perhaps our young couple will prove equally capable of defying probability. Time will tell." The clock struck the half-hour, and Watson realised with some surprise that it was 9:30. The day had stretched long, filled with more incidents than a Sunday should reasonably contain. "I suppose we should attend our own dinner before Mrs. Hudson comes up to scold us for letting her excellent cooking go cold." They returned to the table where their interrupted meal still waited, now thoroughly cooled but no less appealing for it. They ate with better appetite than before, the successful resolution of Timothy's crisis having lifted the melancholy that had settled over Holmes earlier. They spoke of small things, the cases mentioned in Watson's abandoned newspaper, plans for the week ahead, speculation about whether autumn would give way to winter, early or late this year. And later, much later, when Watson had retired to his room and the flat had grown quiet, save for the occasional creak of settling wood and the soft whisper of fog against the windows, Holmes remained in his chair by the dying fire, violin in hand, playing those long melancholy notes that spoke of mysteries both solved and unsolved, of human hearts navigating impossible waters, of a boring Sunday at Baker Street that had somehow become memorable after all. In a modest room across London, Timothy Ashford sat at a small desk, surrounded by crumpled false starts, labouring over a letter that would require every ounce of honesty and courage he possessed. The words came slowly, painfully, but they came. A declaration of love tempered by realism, a proposal of patience backed by concrete plans, a request for hope balanced by respect for her autonomy. And in a servant's room on Wimpole Street, Margaret Winters lay awake in the darkness, wondering whether the shop assistant with the careful hands and kind eyes had received her letter, wondering what he would say in response, wondering whether she had been foolish to write at all, or whether some risks, some leaps of faith were worth taking even when the outcome remained uncertain. The city slept around them, or tried to sleep. London never truly rested, never fully quieted, always humming with the secret lives of millions navigating their private joys and sorrows. And in the grand scheme of things, in the vast sweep of history and empire, and the turning of the world, the small drama of a shop assistant and a lady's maid barely registered, hardly mattered, scarcely signified. But to those involved, to those whose hearts hung in the balance, it was everything. It was the whole world compressed into a single question. Could love, genuine love, honest love, find a way to exist in a world that seemed designed to prevent it? Only time would tell. But on this Sunday night, at the end of a day that had begun boring and became something else entirely, the answer seemed not quite so impossible as it had that morning. And perhaps that, Watson thought as sleep finally claimed him, was enough. Perhaps hope, however fragile, however uncertain, was always enough to make the struggle worthwhile. The fire died to embers, the lamps were extinguished one by one, and Baker Street settled into the deep quiet of Sunday night, giving way to Monday morning. Another week would begin soon, bringing with it new cases, new challenges, new mysteries both grand and small. But tonight, the mystery of two hearts reaching for each other across the barriers of class and circumstance had found, if not resolution, then at least the possibility of one. And in a world that too often crushed such possibilities before they could fully form, that was no small victory. The clock struck midnight, marking the end of Sunday and the beginning of a new day, and in 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes finally set aside his violin, extinguished the last lamp, and allowed himself the luxury of believing that sometimes, just sometimes, the impossible might prove merely difficult, and difficult, after all, was something he had considerable experience overcoming. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the moonlit skies of Istanbul, the ocean breeze of Hawaii, the quiet glow of Copenhagen, or the warm night air of Buenos Aires? If this tale brought you calm like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence embrace you. Let your dreams wander gently through the night. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.